Welcome to Asilm Atelier. Welcome to my studio. Welcome to our creative discourse. So happy to be here again. It's happening. I was able to manage it 4 days in a row as in old times. So I'm excited. I feel the pressure. I'm starting to be a little bit. I don't want to say tired, but you can feel that I am not in that same condition of painting every day, and not because I don't want to. It's just different things that are happening. So first order of business, as they like to say, is that the Discord channel is up. So I took some more time out of my reading about other stuff, about stuff that I like, not the stuff that I have to read. And I tried to set it up. I figured it out the way you actually suggested the problem with the link. So right now the link is it's going to be valid forever, except it has a limit of 50 users as a start. So we can then see how it is working, if it's actually sustainable, if it gives that help and that support that I'm looking for, and if it is in the spirit of that creative discourse that we have right here. It's a test, so it's let's think about this as a alpha version. Then we can switch to a beta version of this project, and then we will see what's going to be next. So some of you already actually saw it, that it's up there. I don't know how you do it. How can you keep up with all this information? Probably if I were to, if I were on the other side, it would take me probably a month to even realize that that something changed. I don't know. It's just me, and this is actually a great trait that you guys have, because it means that you are observant, and I think that that's one of the most important things when it comes to creating stuff and actually showing that you are interested in something, that you are interested in painting. And I love to be surrounded this kind of idea, this kind of a positive kind of a vibe in terms of, oh, you're interested in what I'm saying, and I am interested in what you have to say. That's just such a pleasant way of communicating. So it's there. It's limited for 50, not because it's going to be some kind of a paywall for other people. No, not at all. It's just to maintain some kind of a understanding of what's going to happen, because I don't think I would be able to manage more right now, and I want to see what does it require to actually keep up with that Discord, because I heard a lot of good things about Discord, and I've been using it since what, 2017, maybe 2000. Yeah, I guess 2017. I think I have my own private server where we used to hang out with friends during the COVID situations and so on and so forth. So I'm familiar with that, but I also heard a lot of bad things about the behavior on Discord, and moderation there. It's kind of non-existent almost. So I don't want to switch this Discord server into some kind of a everything goes kind of a thing. That being said, everything goes in pursuit of that creative endeavors. That everything goes there. Yeah, so that's the Discord. I hope you're going to enjoy it. I already made a first post myself. I took a very bad picture, and I had to actually scale it down. Of this painting that I'm working on. It's the ongoing project, Cyril and Methodius. I guess it's the proper Latin version of this. But for me, I heard about these guys from school, from beginning. These are very important people for the region where my country is right now, where I was born. So they're directly responsible for bringing education, bringing language. Actually, language was here. Let me rephrase that. they're solely responsible for bringing a grammar structure, or how would I put it? They actually organized this into an alphabet, and they actually made it a very important part of religious ceremonies, because it was it was the first additional language to a church. So before it was Latin, it was Hebrew, and I believe Greek. There was only 3 languages that were officially used in the church. Fourth wasn't English, it wasn't Spanish, it wasn't any. It was actually a language that they created. They officially went to a pope. They created a argument about how this language is important. I think that there is some written document about them, about what they said during that presentation for Pope, and it was extremely inspirational. They decided that this makes enormous sense, and basically the argument was that if you want people to understand what God is talking about, and this is it's going to be a little religious right now, but it's a history. You can you could actually use this ideas into even the present day, but since it was mostly or not mostly, church actually was in power at the time. So their argument was mainly that if people want to learn about the God, if they want to learn about Jesus, they need a language, and they need to be educated in their own language, because first, it's difficult to convince someone about heaven, and the second, that person has to learn a very complicated Greek, Latin, or Hebrew, which was like another boundary in order for people to understand. Bringing this bringing this into religion meant that it not only gave a power to actually people being more educated, but it also kind of started that kind of a how would I even put this? It before the areas we are talking about, right, because it's a long time ago, areas where my country is right now, it was just the rural areas that most likely live only barbarians, as they used to call us, or and this is from a history, and not necessarily even a barbarian, which means, if I'm not mistaken, like a non-believer, I believe, that's what it means. And when I said non-believer, it meant that they did not believe in the ancient Greeks and ancient Roman gods. That's why they call them that way. And also they used to use these areas as a good source for slaves. So all of this, it's kind of a long gone history, but it was very important for us. That being said, this information that I'm giving you, they're strictly I would call them actually inaccurate, because I'm pretty sure that there are some history buffs that they would correct me on the specific ways and so on and so forth. That's true, and I'm willing to admit that. So take this in with a grain of salt, because my interest in them, it's well, of course, philosophical, and because of the subject and their journey. So I'm not looking into a specific genesis. I'm not looking into like the specific timeline of their life, because that's not that important. The important for me was the message that actually resonates even today, And basically, my idea was that they went through this arduous task, or difficult task rather, and because they wanted to bring the language, they wanted to bring an education, and for me, that's the most important part even in a painting, to understand, to be able to see, to be able to recognize certain things, and then to be able to translate that beautiful three-dimensional, real-life essence onto two-dimensional surface, which is not the easiest of tasks. So that's just a little introduction for this project, for those of you who are new to this channel. And also for those of you who want to join the Discord, because I would like to continue discussion and creative discourse there in the written form, and you can participate even better. So I'm expecting some awesome essays and papers there with your own approach to art. So yeah, that's that. I hope I hope that it's gonna be a good experiment. And the best way to enjoy this, same as this channel, is just to paint alongside me. You know, that's something that will never get old, and you will not be able to avoid hearing this from this channel or from this stream, because that's very important. All the information and all the discussion, it's extremely theoretical, abstract, philosophical, call it whatever you want, but the answers are in practice, as we already discussed a million times. But that's basically what it is. There is nothing else to nothing more to pay. There is no any special, you know, trick or, you know, sauce or something that you can buy, a device that's going to help you with that. It's what it is, and it takes time. So don't get frustrated, because I do. That's my job. I'm going to be frustrated with my work, and you enjoy that, and hopefully you and together with me, we will learn from our mistakes in this digital atelier, because that's what it is. I want you to feel comfortable. I want you to feel that you are here, and we can exchange that. We can change this information. So that's that. Cool. Let's get right into it. Yesterday I was exploring a lot of stuff. Oh, DM, I'm sorry, I completely ignored the chat for a second. I'm feeling the same with the upcoming gallery. It's exhausting in its own way. I'm honored to be one of the first there. Not one of the first. You are the first. I'm kind of cheated. I remember you talking about it, so I scrolled down to see if you have it added on your page, and you did. Not that I want to stalk or anything like that. I'm smiling. I found it actually humbling than anything else. Small server is my preference as well. Yeah, that goes. That's probably because of that 50 limit, and we can make it bigger. That's not a problem. It should be then, but it should serve the purpose, right? Because at one point it just gets too much stuff, and it's going to be not necessarily pointless, but it's going to be difficult to navigate through all that information. I'm getting too old to keep up with large servers. I'm looking forward to it, although I might be terrible at writing an essays. No worries for you as well. I'm not. This is. Let me get back to this, guys. English is my second language. I am not professor, or I'm not a English writing major at all. I have difficulty to write. I have difficulty to to talk even, as you might observe already, for so many hours. But this is you don't. I'm not. Let me put it this way. This is not the moment for you to be thinking about what was happening in the high school or the university, that I'm going to grade your paper on something. This is purely about your thought. I don't really care whether or not there are, I don't know, grammatical errors and mistakes and you don't put the perfect punctuation. What I'm trying to see, or actually not even see, I'm not going to, this is not that I'm a teacher and you're a student. This is me being interested in your opinions. So let's put it, let's just forget for a second that you are in you know, first grade or in you know, a first day in the high school, and then teacher tells you, okay, I'm going to grade you on curve and we're going to start with this paper. That's not what's going to happen. If you want to, and if you have something to add to stream, let's say, just, you know, maybe, and the thing why I'm looking for essays, because that's what we do with the painting. Painting is a really a large, for me, oil painting especially. It's like when you think about books, we have these beautiful, you know, and I have a goosebumps because you know me, I'm a Tolkien guy. So whenever I'm thinking about Tolkien, immediately goosebumps go up. So we have things like Tolkien. I'm not expecting 3 volumes full of just brand new worlds and with the languages, anything like that. No, but that's what oil painting could be. That's how far you can. That's how far you can push it. What I don't want, it's not that don't want. What I want to actually explore, it's the whole original thought, rather than just a comment underneath something that you might not even care about. You just there, right? So that's why. So don't think of this as like, oh, we're going to grade these essays. No, we're looking, and I am looking for your opinions, and we're gonna agree, or we're gonna disagree, or we're going to find a way how to navigate through certain thoughts and ideas. Same way as with painting. That's the same thing. And as I mentioned, since this is really about creativity, most of the things that I am doing here with the painting, I am applying into my day-to-day life, because I don't know any other way. Unfortunately, I was not, you know, I wasn't in a business school, so it's very difficult for me to keep up the business aside, or not difficult, it's challenging rather, because it requires a lot of my attention. You might be the same way, or you might be the other way. It's not a problem. What I'm trying to say is that don't worry about the essays. They're not mandatory, like I said. This is not about the fact that if you do not post an essay every week, I'm going to kick you out from the server. No, not at all. I'm interested, and I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of interesting things to say. And it doesn't need to be specific. It could be some specific situation that you went through. Let's say you are, we talked about this DM7, you are in that, in the situation with the gallery. Trust me, people would like to know, including me, how does it work to actually put gallery together in Netherlands? Dude, that's people would die for that info. Some of them, I'm sorry, this is a hyperbole, but people would actually pay to hear that and have that experience. So that's just one example. So you are a right person to talk about it. I don't think that we're going to grade you on your grammar structure. And if anything, then you know what? Give it a proofread it to AI. If it's the only concern, it's going to correct your mistakes. So don't worry about that. The important part is knowledge and experience, and that share, and that you are willing to share it. So that's that. I'm again ignoring chat. I'm sorry. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Being able to discuss in depth is nice. Gotcha. Perfect. And my camera is just going back and forth. What's happening with my camera? It's being stubborn today. Let me just arrange it a little better. My apologies for this. I know. But today, I don't know what happened to my camera. It did not want it to actually display anything properly. So I had to, of course, I would be more than happy to share and support each other. Perfect. And then, you know, there's all the grammar mistakes are being alphabetically excused. And I'm saying this because I'm excusing myself as well. So there. All right. I hope that you have your tea ready. What about the affiliate program? Like I said, just a quick update. I'm still working on it. I have to check with my accountant which route should I proceed in order to make this sustainable to the point that it's not going to actually coming back to me as a problem when it comes to taxes. Just to give myself a little bit more time to figure it out, so later on we don't have a problem. We don't need to shut it down or switch it or change it or whatever. So, you know, the business stuff, difficult for me. I prefer to move pigments left and right rather than just, you know, money from one bank account to another. I'm not really good with that. So yeah. All right. I have my tea ready. And what I'm doing right now, I'm actually looking at the, by the way, I might be a little distracted going to measure a few other paintings. I did and order a few more custom frames. I originally was going to DIY it with a hanger system at the hardware, but the frame looked way too nice to pass on. You're absolutely right. With the frames, some frames are just, they really fit nicely to your painting. Pigments are better than money anyway. I think so, yeah. But you know, I need money to buy pigments, so I'm in that dreadful loop. And definitely go back and forth between things. Just make sure, one important part, you can always watch this video either on YouTube or on VOD. I think that they're stored there for 7 days. And the reason why I want you to pay attention, it's to do measurements, right? So you don't get distracted, because it's happening to me all the time that I get distracted because I want to see something or hear something. I can always get back to that if you miss it. So don't even worry about that. You can definitely chill and relax and just have it as a background noise. Because that's how I feel most of the time. It's just it has to be so annoying. You can use me as a white noise if you want to block some other noises around. All right. So I'm analyzing what we did yesterday, and I don't even know what was happening yesterday. It just went. It just, I don't know. It was awesome. It just went. From from 0 to 100 within a couple seconds from the beginning. So I want to continue with that, just, you know, pushing these ideas that we created here. But right now I have to really start thinking about what's going to happen here and how am I going to incorporate it there. Because when I'm looking at that painting, and I took the picture that I posted on Discord, and I felt like, oh my God, there is so much more work right now here. There is so much more work, because I'm looking at, I have these objects like this card, the bucket, the icons, books, the stuff that he's holding, another icon, another object. And these guys don't even have anything on them yet. So, wow, that is a lot of work. Suddenly it's just things started to fall into place. A little bit more, so it is, yeah, it's going to be uphill battle, but you know, that's the one that we like. Let me just adjust the camera a little bit, because I think I bumped into it with my head last time when I was into my tripod. So right now it's just displaying something that My apologies. I hope that that's right now. It should be okay. Let me double check that. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you see properly colors and it does not have that weird reflections. Because I saw that it's not centralized on the stand, so I think that my tripod again just decided to move on its own, on its own. All right, so what to do next? Because of that, because yesterday I had some private lessons and I haven't had a chance to really figure it out, the wheel. And tomorrow I have another a private lessons right after this. And yeah, I think that the best way to continue right now is definitely to figure it out, the wheel. I think. Because that's something that right now looks like very uneven, right? So these figures, at least they look like figures, but this looks like right now this painting looks like, oh, someone started to paint it, and as and then you see the progress of this is a you know, I don't know, a first year student, then we have a second year student, and then we have a third year student, and then we have a fourth year students, and then we have a fifth year students, right? And then I feel like a bunch of different people are painting this painting, but that's that a raw kind of a feel of exploring things, just being all over the place, and not for sake just show that you can move with the brush left and right, but just reacting to what's happening with your painting. It's alive. These figures are alive for me. They're moving. And if you, I encourage you to just not watch like hundreds of videos on YouTube where you can see me painting this over and over again. Just maybe look at the first one and then go, the 50th one and then 100th one, just to see how much it involved. And if you're interested in how it went and what happened, it's all documented there. Every process, every decision, every mistake, it's right there. And you can see how much time I put into it. So when you see on YouTube a half-hour video on someone painting a portrait, yes, but it's not only the shiny part. That person seriously worked on that for hours before he actually or she attempted to do like this quick video. And most of the time you can see that there are cuts in between, and usually that happens when you're working, you're kind of okay, and then suddenly everything is just bad. You're looking at it like, what happened? It's like it's like me. I went to sleep and I woke up and I'm and something is different. It's some I have a flu. Like I went to sleep, everything was okay, and I woke up in the morning and I feel completely destroyed. Right. So it's the same thing with the painting, and then you can see these cuts. Usually they say a next session or next day or something, but and then there's a cut and you can see that certain things changed, like the eye a little moved, and because the person behind the scenes, and that's what people don't want to see, was remeasuring and checking the angles and the volume and then overall feel and so on and so forth. So you can see me doing it here in real time all the time. So it's kind of a a bad look for me, but whatever, who cares, right? Especially these days. I really thought that it's important for students and for for people that like to go to museums or like to look at paintings or are interested in creativity, to show that it's not always about that quick video where you can see how person just first boom, there is a setup for a portrait, right? All the measuring lines, boom, there is a local colors everywhere, and then boom, it's a detail, and then boom, fourth cut might be, oh, I'm placing a highlights in the eyes, right? So it's not like that. So I'm gonna probably well, yeah, I have to work here. I have to work right here because this is right now happening to be a center of attention, unwanted attention, by being like, what's this doing here? So lousily just thrown there, right? So that's what is in my head. And when you look on the streams and previously, like these figures would look like that, right? It's just a process of exploring, and sometimes I go to right direction, and sometimes I go to wrong direction. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Let me see. Let me put this. One more adjustment. I'm just checking because yesterday was again the problem with internet connection, and YouTube was not working at all, or was lagging completely. So my apologies for that. For those of you who watch it on YouTube, I don't know why though. Sometimes it happens. Well, I don't know why it's completely lagging on YouTube and semi-lagging on Twitch. There must be something that I was trying to do my own my own adjustments and my own setups. And I was tinkering with something that I'm not supposed to. I'm pretty sure that that's the case. That's always like that. I don't know, really, I don't have any. This is not going to work. When I'm looking at that, looking at that, you know, the different references that I've been using, you know, anatomical and so on and so forth. And then there's a, I think that the problem right now lies in this random area right here. Maybe it's really time to start putting the greenery there. I think that's what it is. Stop pushing all the red buttons. It was not a bad joke. It's actually it's just me who's just okay. Let me rotate this so I can see composition. This is not the best idea. Oof. Okay. That's exactly what I said, that it's not a good idea. Ow. Ow. Dropped on my finger. Oh. Okay, it can be like this. Nice. Okay, cool. Ow. Right on the finger. All right. The reason why I'm actually twisting it upside down, because I'm looking at the composition from a different angle. Something that I can't really see any other way. So luckily I have an option to do this. Because this is a smaller canvas. Mm-hmm. And I'm starting to see, you know, a little bit more of these, you would call them empty areas, but it's actually negative space, and it's starting to be a little bit more forced. And let me adjust the camera a little bit higher so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. So I'm trying to look for the repetition. And do you see the repetition right now? How am I so blind to this? I mean, I have this, and this, and it's repeating itself in that kind of a weird way. Yeah. Weird. Maybe I could do, okay, I think that right now what I'm missing is, okay, maybe this should go darker, this area, so I can connect it with this, and then start creating a little bit more of that a fold. Because what you can see, what bothers me the most is, check this out, I have this hand right here, it's going this way. Then I have the same size of a negative space, and then I'm repeating it here and here. So that what bothers me. These are the things that I'm talking about. So I'm going to connect that because I want that one continuous shape compositionally first, and then design within. You see the swirl here, it's the same, and it's repeating, and it has a negative impact on that composition. That's something that you can see immediately. You didn't even see that. I couldn't see it when it was straight, but then that's what the rotation of a painting and why it's so important. That's why I have that mirror. I put it somewhere else because I was constantly kicking it. So that's the same thing. Like right now I have a mirror, so I can check it upside down. And I can start seeing these mistakes even better. They're even more obvious, actually. Yep. Another one would be this guy. Like, check this out. Like this line right here, it's kind of repeating itself right here. And it has the same length and same kind of attitude, right? And the same goes, and then I can just move from here to here. Similar situation. Okay, be careful. This is still extremely wet, right? So that would be another issue. That it's extremely annoying. Let's see if I put it the other way around. Hopefully I'm not going to, ow. I really hurt myself actually pretty good. So the other way around. Don't do the same stupid thing. All right, so this is the other way around. Okay, right now it's even more visible. It's even more visible. So let's look at that wheel right there. I'm gonna grab I'm gonna start painting immediately. Well, not immediately, I was talking for an hour, but you know what I mean. I don't have a mixtures ready. It's empty. Do I have my pre-mixed? I don't. Okay. Oh, maybe I can use this as well. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Is this completely empty or can I still use it? Empty, okay. So let me just go and check the abyss. Okay. I'm looking for chemicals, so because I'm number 4, this should be the one. Yep. Yep. Nice. I still have a bottle. Cool. I was worried for a second that I don't have Gamsol. actually. You can live here, right? Since I need you. Cool. All right. So yeah, that wheel needs to be definitely adjusted. And right now when I'm going to look again, you remember how much I was obsessing about this right here? Same thing, it's going to be applying to this edge on the bottom on the other side, right? And the top, and you know, that's what I'm looking for. And instead of going and dividing them into one figure, another figure, third, I just want an overall shape, right? That's the important part. Yeah, and I think that this guy could go darker. This whole thing could go darker, which would push this a little bit more forward, and him as well. So I can make this slightly lighter. Yeah, I think that might work, actually. That might actually work very well. Yeah, and maybe a little bit more of that lighter areas right here. So let's start with something that is extremely important, and that it's, again, instead of going into these mixtures, where does this red came from right here? I was cleaning my palette. Before getting into any like a specific things and mixtures and start over mixing it, because what I'm seeing right now, it's I don't know, it's like super obvious. It's that I am occupying, like this is going almost halfway through, right? And I have a lot of contrast here. So it's kind of this quadrant, or whatever you call it, this shape right here, the light one, it's divided to a dark one on the other side. That's big no-no. So I have to choose right now to make sure that I'm shaping it a little bit more the way that I want to. And probably it's the time when I would have to use a grass or you know, the greenery around, and start pushing it greener and greener, or not greener and greener, and more I don't even know how to say that. So much. I know. You guys caught me off guard today because so many things changed from yesterday. You might think that it's not a big change, but it is. It's completely different thing right now, which is great. Which is great. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that it takes a while for me to again. It's kind of like when you have these huge files on the computer, right? And you're working on it, then you do changes, you save it, and then you want to load it again. So my brain is starting to load this adjustment into that big file that is there, and it's taking me a while. Not only because I'm looking at it, but I'm trying to rotate it in my head, and there's so many moving parts. It's you know, the best example that I have for you guys that use that you work digitally. Most of you are at least familiar. So it's like when you have a blender and you set up your rendering to cycles, and then you're trying to rotate a complicated scene with all pieces at once. So it's just, you can my computer crashes all the time when I'm trying to do this, all the time. I can't even, that's just it's crazy. So that's how I feel right now, that my brain is crashing all the time. So let me punch some of these or push some of these ideas a little bit more thoroughly, right? And I'm going to start with the clean pigments, not these, you know, mixtures, because I want to throw pigment around. I again want to just, and I think that painters like to use this idea of, I'm trying to feel my way around. That I heard this a lot. maybe slightly cooler. I need the cooler version and lighter. So I want a cooler and lighter version, and I immediately went into a cool blue and the white. So it's not cooling, it's double cooling it, you know. So I have to be careful with that. Maybe even lighter, a little bit more saturation. And maybe the cobalt right now is just going to be actually useful, which is cooling it down a little bit, but not greening it as much. I'm not sure if this is enough, because I'm just... I think this is kind of cool. And you can again see, even when I'm mixing, I'm just creating a, it's not always into same pile, because this is where I started, this is what I thought that I want, but I like this better, and then I can go back and forth. Because if I mix into same pile, then I don't see what changes, because the change is so slow that I'm looking for, that I wouldn't be able to see it with my eyes as I'm mixing it in. Remember yesterday I talked about it actually a lot. Not yesterday or 2 days ago. I'm not sure right now. So this is what I'm working with right here. Maybe push this even more this way. And you remember I had that kind of a light direction there. And when I said light, there were these, you know, the direction. I was trying to create diagonal with light, and it kind of adding all these elements, it almost looked like I lost it. So I'm painting abstractly now, because I don't care if it's upside down, because I'm looking for the pleasing composition moments. So I should probably punch it and push it in between them as well, a little bit more. Right, so this got a little too dark. And this is what's going to help me to shape that a little better, I think. So I'm going to give it not necessarily a hard edge and a lot of contrast, but I'm going to shape it so it's not repeating itself the same way. So little adjustments. And maybe I could work on that sleeve a little bit. Can I push it a little bit higher up so it's easier for me to work on that? And you can still see it, well, semi, but it's okay. And that mirror is here. So this is me going to be constantly checking back and forth. Yeah, right now it seems like it's just jumping. I need to make sure that I have a better silhouettes. And I'm going to actually completely, what could I do with that? Let me see if I can. maybe I could do like a little fuzziness there and push it this direction. That might actually work. Okay, maybe let's try that. Maybe let's try that. If I just move this direction. Well, I'm searching for what I'm doing right now, I'm searching for the ground plane, and I'm trying to figure it out what would be beneficial for the grass, like how it should move this way here, like so, maybe just a little bit as a starting point, because I need to, since I have that, you know, I want to break that. What I want to do is break this. I have a line right here and I have a line right here. So it's kind of implied that this is a quadrant. So I'm just going to break that. That's the idea that I have, to break it a little bit. And I can break it with the direction of the grass, supposedly, maybe, I don't know. So I'm gonna make an experiment, because this is nothing, just I'm just covering what's happening there. And I want the grass to feel like here, you can tell that the grass is kind of a shorter. Here you're starting to feel that it's taller, and I want to create the same idea. So that's what's going to give me that we talked about yesterday about the pathway. So instead of creating pathway, just I'm going to draw or paint a path. I'm going to suggest that with the elements from the nature. I'm going to try it. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to try it. That's what I'm trying to say. So this is that Bed Painting Friday large-scale experimentation. And you can see that I have way more experience with portraits and figures than with landscapes, because I'm able to move figures way quicker than the landscapes. And that's actually, that is actually, I can show you very easily what that repetition and understanding of how nature works, or landscapes, how to describe certain things. How would I put this? When I'm looking on the portrait, I see simple shape at the beginning of a portrait immediately when I look on the person. I can actually recall it from the memory, but I have a difficulty to see a grass and moving parts, like in the forest. I can't do that from memory, just like this very quickly. It's not happening. That's why I'm so hesitant. Ideal idea would be go outside and just paint grass. Right? No brainer. And if I just cut him completely here, this way, like so, I think that might help. Oh, yeah, a little bit. So I can keep this maybe even better, so it helps the composition even more. So it's under the more angle, maybe this way here, and it's going here through the wheel all the way up this way. Maybe that could work a little better. Yeah, let's throw it there. Let's see, let's play with that grass a little bit and see what's gonna happen. Maybe I could push it also this way. Again, the same idea that it's going that direction there. So add that into mix right here. Maybe a streak, maybe another streak, maybe in the back. You can see that lighter values there. Okay, all right. This could be working. I think that the wheel looks just massive there. So that might be another issue that I have. Okay. It could actually radiate from here, like so. Yeah, which would give me a chance to maybe, that's going to be a darker underneath, and I could maybe push some, like just a lighter, just a little bit, like here in the front view. So it's not covering this guy, but it's going here. And this could be darker there. So I'm trying to keep up with that. Maybe even more here. I need more pigment. Okay, so I'm just gonna scoop a lot of white, like that much. And I'm gonna go with a scoop of my favorite yellow ochre. I'm gonna play with pigment just a little bit of. Yeah. So you wouldn't even think, you know, that this would be for a grass, but yeah, it might be. It might be a grass. Okay, so let's go with the loaded brush. So there's kind of a random there. Because I need to bring the light to a scene. It doesn't feel like it was light enough there, compositionally. And you know what's the, you know, this is probably the easiest way to show you that I'm working strictly abstractly, because I have it I can paint it upside down, because what I'm looking at is not necessarily a grass, but more the shape that I need. So I'm going to push his silhouette here maybe. Like so. And you can see like these are the nice kind of textures underneath that kind of create a slightly different interest. And what is this right now? It's a dry brush, and I'm going through. What I'm doing right now, I'm trying to actually paint a light on top of existing ground. That's what I'm doing in a nutshell. And then I can actually create that. And you can see with the brushes, so somewhere here, I would like to be almost parallel with this. right? And then it radiates this way. So it's going like, it's pushing the diagonal, and then we're hitting it right here, right? The same thing that I did with the, a similar thing that I did with staff and the triangle I was talking about yesterday. He was holding this. So we can even go in the back right here. And these, and I'm gonna paint over these, and these are going to work as a little streak of light that can go from underneath, or actually they're laying on top of a grass. And this is not the regular grass. This is a grass that, you know, it's just, it's already getting, how would I put this? So it has been yellowed by the sun, and maybe a little fuzzier here in the back. So I will create some kind of a nice transition here, because that's what I was looking for and waiting for, like how to do this. And I've been neglecting this a lot. And you remember, I was neglecting the background as well with the other figures. With the different panel with these figures as well. So maybe it could go even here, might be the streak of light, but going to already slightly different direction. Like so. So I'm creating a little bit more of that. You see, like the contrast, it's starting to, these figures are, they're starting to look completely different. It's starting to make a little bit more sense. And this will give me more, because this was too dark, therefore the shadows wanted to, right now shadows can go lighter, it means the light could go a little bit more here, like in these areas. So it would feel that it's, oh, this is actually nice. It's giving a nice texture. So right now I'm painting light on them, because I felt like I was missing a light. And, you know, I was working, and this is why I like Delacroix so much, or the idea of Delacroix, because he was proposing that you know, like, everything it's painted like in a that overcast or gloomy day. And I more and more, somehow I felt that that's a neat way to think about it, because right now I can decide where the light is going to be and what is being illuminated by what. Yeah. A little bit more here maybe. I need more. Okay, triple measured my 3 smaller world just to make sure. Awesome, awesome. See, we're all learning, or we are all learning here. So it's a learning process. I'm pretty sure that, you know, every one of us, we all made this mistake with measuring, and, you know, ultimately we all learn on our own mistakes. So. Good morning, art heads. Hope all is well. Yeah, it is Premium Biscuit. Good to see you here. Good to see you. We're just painting light today, and by light I mean sunlight. Actually, no, that's what I'm doing. Just having fun with the sunlight a little bit, because I felt that enough of that undecided stage. And I'm feeling, I just want to put a red there, and I know that I'm just going to. And I'm putting red because I want to punch up that saturation a little bit and change like that kind of a weird feeling of the same idea that, you know, I was talking about warm and cool, the same thing I want to apply here. So it's going to give that a little bit more of that randomness there. Yeah, it's a mistake that I don't want to repeat. I know that just wrong measurements for the frames are just really, really, really annoying. I'm always lurking, if not talking. All good afternoon, lads and ladies. Yeah, lurking is awesome. I love that. Actually, that explanation, no, the idea of lurking. Not everybody needs to, you know, be active in the chat and still enjoy what's happening. So you're, you know, it's all. What about, okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk and think at the same time, and I'm in the kind of a slightly more creative mode right now. So I could actually put this there. Yeah, lurking's good. Oh yeah. Maybe I could create a little bit like a, maybe there is a different field right here. There's going to be something else that is being, I don't know, grown or whatever. Yeah. Okay, I think compositional is starting to look a little better. That's cool. Let me do one thing. Since I was working with this brush, right now I'm going to use my palette knife, and I'm going to just, oops, randomize these a little bit with my palette knife, so it might be a little loud. I apologize, because palette knife is going to create this randomness right here, and I don't know, I'm going to try to zoom in right now, so my apologies. I don't know if this is going to be able to work. I think I'll be able to zoom in. All right. It's going to look really bad, but I think that you can see, and this is what happened. This is like a happy accident. This happened with the palette brush. As there is a uneven surface around here, right? As I'm pulling my palette knife, pigments are skipping or creating, you can see this, maybe, it's even on my palette knife, you can see that it has like the random kind of a streaks there. And as I'm pulling it, it's creating these kind of like a smudges there. And I'm pulling it into the direction where I want to go. So these are like a little, you can think of them as a little pieces of grass just growing, instead of me painting them painstakingly there. I'm sorry, that's just a difficult word. I'm just trying to create the randomness there. And this is just all random. In terms of, you know, I can't really control them, but what I'm controlling is the direction and the composition, right? So I can then play with it as much as I want, right? And just to continue, on one side, as I'm pulling it, it's hitting the canvas, and where I have a lot of white, I can actually scratch into it, and it's kind of going to create these, it's going to look like a grass blades, I guess. That's really difficult to see. I don't have a camera that good, or lens actually. So I'll try to take a picture of that. Yeah, this is not going to work. I'll try to take a picture of that and then post it on a Discord where we can continue debating that approach. All right. Okay, now I finally can paint, did my custom frame order via email. Perfect, perfect. So you're all set. Same thing here, maybe some other blades are going this way. And again, I am not going to do it everywhere exactly the same because I want that randomness, right? Since this is the focal point, or not focal point, this is the area where I want to support it and cover that wheel. That's what I'm focusing and creating a little bit more of that, And this is happening by layering the pigment. There's a lot of layers, so it's starting to. It looks weird right now, I know, but trust me, this is more about the composition. I want to. I don't want to stop here. I'm going to come into that as well with another pigment and start, describing the surface a little better. And when I say surface, I mean the ground plane, because this is right now something that's going to be on the top. Like these blades are on the top, and I want to show them maybe a little longer, because imagine there is a tall grass, and sometimes when it's really tall, it's just wind can actually move it back and forth. So I want to create that feeling of kind of a wind blowing that way. But the reason why I'm doing it, because I want to push that diagonal, right? So this is the way how I am manipulating the world around them to actually better, so it suits better to a composition. Maybe I could just throw it there with a. My microphone again is starting to. It wants to. Just a second, guys. I'm sorry. My microphone had enough and decided to just can't listen to you anymore. I'm trying to find a composition there. Okay, and maybe I could push it a little bit more here. I need more white. So I don't know where I put it. Wait, did I use my white? No, it can't be true. I knew it. I just got scared for a second. Oh, that would be a fun stream, painting without the titanium white. Geez, I need to somehow motivate myself to start painting. All I can think is going back in bed and cancel the gallery. Oh, come on, dear. Come on. I mean, it's, I know the feeling, I know the pressure. So why don't you just hang out and, just enjoy the day? It's a beautiful day today. I actually, when instead of, you know, because early morning I went again to do some different work, not related to painting, and I drove to a different location, and then I decided, instead of, you know, taking a car or, you know, taxi or something from back, I just walk for 45 minutes back to my studio, because it's a beautiful a day. So maybe you just, yeah, you feel tired and drained, maybe you just chill and hang, and, you know, drink tea, have fun, seeing me struggling, you know. And, trust me, it's going to cheer you up if you if you see me struggling. So let's just put really, let's go with the white. We need white today, I feel like. And let's push the yellow ochre. I ran out of yellow ochre again, I think. I mean, yellow ochre, it's like a like a gold in this studio. Like very valuable commodity. Yellow ochre, yeah. You know, if you don't know, I really like yellow ochre. Watching me struggling inspire you to struggle too. Yeah. I hope that it will give you a little bit more of that relaxed stage, and you might, you know, you'll just think about something else for a while, and the rest a little bit. I had the same thing yesterday. I really did. I can feel you. I was drained. But then, you know, some cool thing happened, and we painted a cartwheel there. Like, that's just something that I was not expecting to happen, but it did. So there. Let's just, you know, and I'm really, like you can see, I'm scooping the pigment, right? This is not, like, this is a lot of pigment, because I want to paint with a lot of pigment. I love it. This is, I mean, when you start painting with a lot of paint on your brush, there's no one who's going to convince you to go back to being afraid. Maybe a little darker, a little greener right now. Let's go towards a little greener. So I have my brush really, it's loaded with the pigment. It's a lot of pigment there. I can actually prove it to you how much pigment there is. Like, check this out. I'm just going to scoop it away from the brush. Right? So this is how much pigment it's on in my brush. This is how much pigment is in my brush. Right? Some of you, this is the maximum that you actually squeeze on your palette. So that's what oil painting means for me, right? And one question: why are you wearing gloves? A good question. Thank you for pointing it out. Very easy explanation. Very easy explanation. I started stream, and I was so into fixing what I saw. You remember I talked about this concept that, you know, when I can't really stop when I'm creating something that, you know, I have a thought in my mind. I can't really stop and mix the proper pigment, mix the proper texture, then find the right way. I just want to quickly put it there. And as I started to work, I completely forgot that I should probably protect my skin. It's just so freeing to work without the gloves, so you don't want to put them you don't want to put them on, because, and then your hands starting to sweat underneath there. It's just, you know, it's a whole nother issue. But you're right, I should have gloves. just to protect myself. All right, thanks, DM. This is actually very helpful that you pointed it out. I don't really want to. And maybe, what if I do this? What if I just go from here up, and then it curves up, and then it curves up, and then it curves this way, and maybe more like here, some of the blades going this direction. So I'm really pushing that light as much as I can. A little bit more of that. Maybe something greener, just a little bit, just a little bit. And also, I'm using very little medium, so it's almost like a dry brush. Well, actually, it is dry. I'm treating it as a dry brush, so I'm just trying to cover something on the top, and I want it to feel like it's on the top, and something else is underneath. Because that's what would happen with the grass even. There's like there's a earth, and there's some other grass, and there's something else, and then on top of that, that's what you see. So I just wanted to make sure you're okay. No, I'm not. Obviously, I'm not. my hands are fine so far, but I do have gloves for some situation where I know I need it handy when you need it. Yeah, and here it is. You remember I talked about that I'm going to put my gloves. I'm getting into a zone, and because of this. Because of the fact that we created a new element here, when I entered the studio, because I was running a little late today, I told you that I was somewhere else, and then I decided to take a walk. I was like, what is happening? And there are some ideas that I want to test. So I really went into a painting mode. I almost forgot that that you are still that you're still watching me. And then I want to, maybe this is going to be another thing that push that wheel right here just to mix it in with the pigment. Cool. Yeah, like a very soft one. It almost like it's being actually incorporated into wheel, because as he goes there with that card, I'm pretty sure, people will be like, dude, why did you put him into a long grass? Who would actually go into long grass with that thing, with that cartwheel? Oh, dude, who? So many things that I've seen in my life when people are actually assigned to work, that this would be the least of my concern if someone would just go with the wheelbarrow. In a tall grass. That would be the least of my concerns. I used to work in the constructions. I used to work in bars and other things when I was younger as a student. Stuff that I have seen. Not everybody is. There's one thing that I learned the hard way. My common sense, it's not the same as anyone's else. I need to somehow get the paint mode energy you have for you have for myself. I don't have energy today at all, and I didn't. And it's the same thing than yesterday. I didn't want it to come. I really didn't. I just felt like, what's the point? What is the point? When that imposter syndrome kicks in, and all kind of other issues that you have in your head. Don't paint today. That's it. Don't paint. Don't push it. Don't force it. Just do a digital sketch. Do a nice digital sketch. You remember you did that beautiful banana? That was so cool. So just relax a little bit with that. And especially I didn't want it to stream today because I was just, man, I dealt with the Discord, then I had to do the other stuff. I went outside, and totally, I got you. And that's the reason, actually, this is the reason why I have a studio, and why having my own space helped me, because I'm here and there is nothing else I can do, just paint. So I'll be sitting for an hour or 2 or 3, and then you slowly starting to get so bored by things around. There's like, okay, I'm here, I might as well paint. Okay, a little softer. Like, look how that wheel is starting to work for us instead of against us. Okay, the only problem is that it's the same color scheme that they are, so I have to punch it with again, the light, the grass is being lit by the sun. Therefore, also the wheel has to be lit by the sun. I have a regular schedule for painting helps as well. Yeah, that's another thing. That actually helped me to fight my procrastination. Have a schedule, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to paint every day. Just talk about this 1,000,000 times, and another 1,000,000 times I'm going to talk about this. Is that I'm here ready for that moment where I will get a feeling of painting, rather than just being at home doom scrolling or watching TV or do whatever other stuff, playing video games, because that's something that I like to do as well. Well, I used to. Right now it's I prefer to paint. I have the same excitement from painting than I have than I used to have from painting, playing video games. So I have to say that most likely soft transitions, nice, cool. I think that I switched from one addiction to another, or substituted one addiction to another. And right now I'm just softening the edges so I can see like some transitions, maybe something that is closer. And I'm trying to create slightly different area of interest. Oh, they're going to look like they're super fast. They're like even almost running through that. Indeed, same, and the painting is much more rewarding. It's rare to have that feeling from video game those days. Yeah, but I was thinking about this actually, and I don't think that it's necessary because the games are really bad. I almost think that we just got older and we demand more than kids, right? More substance, or I don't know how to say it, like more and more. And I think that kids shifted from playing these like like we used to, these complicated like long games that have a nice story, into something more quick and action, and they can play it on the phone. They don't need to be at home when their parents can see them, right? So it's I think that's what's kind of shifted the game scene somewhere else. I wonder about that as well, if it is because we get older. I kind of hope that it wasn't the case though, because it's kind of sad. Yeah, well, here it is. I don't know if it's sad. I don't know if it's sad. I think it's I think as you get older, you just move towards something that is a little bit more. I heard this argument, I think, with Star Wars. There is that the first series of Star Wars, the very, very old one, 80s. Then we have that Jar Jar Binks, which is my generation, kind of, when I was younger, or like a teenager. And then we have the new ones. And I was explained to that, oh, dude, these new ones are like, look at kids these days. They like the new robot, they like the visuals, they like the scenery, they enjoyed the movie. It's for kids, it's Disney after all, right? So you can't really expect that, something that 40 years was made for an audience that expected not only a visual spectacle, but also a storytelling, which was very important because we were used to see these slow-paced storytelling movies. You wouldn't be able to sit through, 40s French noir film because it's just so slow. Jar Jar my generation as well, right? Jar Jar is just Jar Jar is it's just like a stain when it comes to generational or what's to say, generational replacement. I don't know, when it switched from one generation to another. It's just Jar Jar is just Jar Jar is catching strays left and right all the time. And here's the thing, I'm going to be completely honest. I was a child. I loved it. He was funny, and I saw robots, and then he was talking with robots, and it was like a kind of a nice contrast between robots being silly and him being silly, right? I don't know if all of this was in Lucas's head when he was creating that really weird character, because it made no sense. Like, why do you put such a really, what is this doing there, right? Well, because I'm just reading their comments. I'm surprised that a lot of people hated him, because he's really annoying character. Because imagine that you are in your 30s or 40s, and your first, let's say for me, and I have a goosebumps because this is how this is how stupid my brain is. I was thinking about, I really like a first Star Wars. I cannot watch fighting scenes. I mean, what you guys were thinking about? There's two old dudes doing this. It's so, no child is going to watch this, right? But at that time, it's just lightsabers and Jedis, and there's it's like a very, it almost looks like a story of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, right? And so I understand the people, and suddenly it was in the space with the lightsabers. What? Crazy. Today, I'm looking at those fight scenes and I'm like, guys, really, I mean, it doesn't even, it just can't even, why, right? So as then you have, the same thing goes for a let's say Transformers movie, the first Transformers movie, Michael Bay. I can't really stand many of Michael Bay's movies because they are really about explosions and no substance whatsoever. But imagine me being 13, 14 years old kid, and you see and I'm from Europe, from very, very small country. You couldn't get American kind of a style of anything. And since, United States dictated the kind of, what's in and what's out, quote unquote, it was difficult to, for me to even get a picture, because it was, even a picture of American muscle car. And then my brain exploded when it was, oh, it's a muscle car with a teenager and it changed to a robot. What are you talking about? That you can't see, it's like a mess of unfocused thing going through the screen. But that's what it's about. I can see everything. I can see parts. And when the Optimus Prime first time just showed up and did that, the sound, the sound design that they created, I was blown away. I was just, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Who cares about plot, and who cares about the characters, and who cares about when you're 14, right? Who cares about objectification of a female and so on and so forth? It's just there was nothing there for me, like zero. I just saw a robot that changed to a car, and then car that changed to a robot, and that's it. So that is kind of like that's how really simple my brain is when it comes to these things. So I'm not really a art critic or movie buff or anything like that. I know that if someone did the similar thing to, I don't know, like introduce, like we talked about, this is how I understand the problem that people that adore Star Wars or these franchises are. Like, imagine that someone would actually painted a Jar Jar Binks next to into a Rembrandt's paintings, right? I mean, that's how I understand that I would be pretty like, what? Not really, guys. Can't be that. Okay, all right, that might be a little too much, but it's cool. Oh, I know what's happening. It has to go through him as well. I got it right now. I'm good. Okay. But that's what I would do. I would be like, dude, you can't put. You know, we talked about the famous Night Watch. Like, imagine that there's a like Jar Jar Binks kind of a character right there. I mean, I would be at least to say flabbergasted from that. And I'm laughing because it's a joke, but you know, at the end of the day, it's his painting. So if he decided to put Jar Jar Binks into a Night Watch, then that's it. Oh, you are hating on it? Okay, that's cool. That's fine. I'm pretty sure that he's okay with it. He's going to emerge from that. That's what I was missing when I was painting it up. So then I could actually put it in between them a little bit. Yep. So maybe maybe tomorrow as a Bad Painting Friday, we should just paint Jar Jar Binks, no? Then we'll know for sure why Rembrandt's career took a nosedive. Yeah, that's for sure. That's definitely for sure, I should say. Definitely. Means that this guy could be in that. Oh yeah, this is what was that painting was like really dead on that corner, and right now we're starting to get somewhere. Nice. Okay. All right. Maybe if I. Right now, I should probably take another, like a different, slightly different. Oops, that might be a little too much. Right, maybe that's a little bit of this, a little bit of this. So I have a randomness in my brush, like these. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Cool. So I have all kind of different pigments there, and let me just maybe into that existing pigment. So it's just going to start overlapping and creating all sorts of randomness there that we talked about. me just go get a, since we're halfway through and I'm trying to keep up with that idea of taking a breaks. And the reason is because I need to, see, this is right now really light, and I don't know if I'm compensating for the dark spot that the painting is. And I have to right now really look what's happening here. So maybe I need a little bit more saturation, and I need something in between there. So I might actually start painting some of the like specific not leaves, but specific things that you might find in the grass around this area. But what I want you to do, take a breather, 2 to 5 minutes. I don't know, however you need. I would highly recommend you, if you're working alongside me, clean your palette if you don't have a space, because look, I'm working strictly with the big batches of pigment, and I'm trying to keep them really, really clean. The last one that I put there was dirty already. You can see how this pigment is completely different than these kind of a light, bright pigment. So I'm trying to keep my mixtures clean, and I'm letting them overlap each other like that optical mixing on the canvas, right? So I'm just gonna step away from it. I'm sorry, not step up, step away from it. And I also see that this bothers me right now. And I don't know if you see it, but it almost feels like no matter what I do, you see these like two white boards right here that we can use for a bed painting Friday tomorrow. They were kind of continuing on the screen all the way back, and it was creating a visual pollution. So stand up from your painting, walk around a little bit, steep your tea, brew your coffee, get a lemonade, or I don't know, whatever liquid you like. Water, perhaps, that's my favorite of them all. Nice clean water. To keep up your daily liquid intake, because it should be approximately 2 liters. That's a lot for most of us. And I'm gonna get my tea, and I'll be back in 2 minutes max. Depends on how long it's going to boil. So I'll be right back. Just a sec. Okay, cool. I'm back with my tea, and I'm going to look at what's happening right here with this painting. Um, um, yeah, and we're keeping up with that direction. That's awesome. I know I should probably introduce some of that right here on the other side. You know what I mean? So I'm going this direction here. So let's keep it and then maybe show some of that a little bit here, perhaps, because he's also in a similar situation and maybe a little bit behind them. So we connect that again. So the light is shining across through all the painting. And this is what's going to happen to you. At one point, in one moment, these legs might look that they are okay, they're saturated, that one. But you can start seeing, compared to this really bright area right here, how they're starting to go desaturated. So I will have to punch the saturation a little bit more because they look like they're dead almost, right? Like they're kind of like in a weird stage. Knee, it's all right, but the foot is just dark and not colorful enough. It was okay before every other element, but as I introduced the more saturation in the sky, more saturation in the face, more saturation in the hands, and then move through like icons and books, and right now even the light on the grass, and then there's going to be like really powerful an element of that chest, which I would like to really get into, like detail it down, so it's just it pushes your attention to this area as well. The foot or feet suddenly starting to look little too desaturated, right? And even when you compare it with this foot right here, which is right next to him, the foot is in the saturation of a knee. So comparing these two next to each other, or even these are dead, completely dead, and need more light on them. It's okay for this stage for me because I know that I can still put a couple sparks of light on top of it with dry brush, and they're going to sing again. I don't need to do it right now because I'm looking for that, or I was looking for the gloomy day that, that I'm describing the form, because this will never work. The dry brush will never work on top of, let me rephrase that. When you think about layers, right? And let's say that you have that you want to put a layer of color on top of a black and white, or not even black and white. You want to put a layer of color on top of a monochromatic digital drawing that you created, right? That colored layer on top of it, it's going to respond to your underpainting or your values in the way that you describe the form, right? So if that's wrong, every other layer that you're going to put on top of it, it's going to multiply that wrongness. I think that the best example, and wrongness is not the right word, it's going to multiply that. It's going to visually multiply the mistakes that you are creating with your underpainting, with your values, right? So the very good example to this is, and believe it or not, it's from my ballet dance teacher. I've never been to a ballet dancing class, but we used to have a dancing classes or a history of dance, and just like an overall general a class about dance, and also about the writing and sculptures and different arts, music as well. So, and I mentioned her. She's an amazing teacher. She's a prima ballerina, and then she moved to more modern dance. But what she mentioned is that all these young and passionate girls come to her with that, you know, with the first lesson, and parents are so happy. They give them these you know, dresses. They have the special shoes, and then they have that skirt. I think it's called tutu. I don't know. That doesn't really matter. It's like a special skirt that they have, right? And they're just all walk in, and she understands immediately that that these are all the new kids, and even older ones. They all ballerinas want to wear that beautiful dress, but she mentioned that that dress that you're wearing, it's going to multiply your mistakes, and she showed the examples. So when they were standing beautifully, like, and you have that position of you know, that perfect angles. If you don't have a perfect position for your hips, that specific dress that they're wearing, or skirt, or whatever it's called, it's going to multiply that visual dissonance with your hips and legs, and it's not going to show these angles that they're looking for perfection. So the little skirt, it's on the rehearsals and on the exhibitions, never present in a when you're studying, right? So why am I saying this? It's the fact that the fact that you are dressed like a ballerina does not necessarily mean that you can dance like one. Same goes for that idea for me. And I, you know, that's not just me. In general, when you think about it, like, if you have a bad foundation, you can't expect that for somewhere in between miracle happens, and you put something on top of a bad foundation, and it corrected the foundation and made it look better. It's very difficult to think that way. Or not the difficult. It's easy to think that way. You're going to have a hard time to understand that that's not how it works. And especially when it comes to a old craft, that means, you know, perfecting a classical a piano or classical instrument, classical painting, sculpture, trained their whole life to just you know, find out that it's just there is no end to this madness. And that's the reason why I like to separate the steps, because I can focus on values and developing designs and silhouettes, and then I can start introducing, oh, there's a light on the top of these forms. That's how I think about all these brushstrokes that I put there. I was thinking about, how can I create a better composition, more these diagonals, with a light, which is sitting on top of existing forms. And I think it could go even more. But I like it, because it's helping me to see that I might be a little too orangey on this side. I might get a little too carried away with the orangeness right here. I might have. Which comes to actually, we could do this. And I forgot the gloves again. Ugh, disgusting. So I'm going to push the same pigment, same light on the other side, and see what's going to happen. But I am radiating this, right? So you can see I'm going down right here, I'm going this direction right here, and I'm moving straight across right here. So the direction of my brush stroke should be probably something like this. Right? So imagine when you think about two-point perspective, right? Or perspective in general. So this, instead of point, I have this, you know, this line right here, or division, the horizon line, if you wish. That's my vanishing point. And I'm going to radiate everything from there, because that's going to push the composition as well, right? Remember I talked about the composition and how important that composition and the direction is. I did it with a dark value, and right now I am going to do it with light value as well, right? Or I'm not sure if it's going to work. So let's see. That's a theory. So let me throw some pigment there. And since it was extremely warm, right now I'm going to hit it with a slightly cooler version. And I'm trying to keep it the same value than I have on the other side. So let's see what's going to happen. Right here, this way. And maybe even here. Just to give it a little bit more life. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Nice. Maybe even more like so. So these, right now I'm not thinking about directions of the individual strains of grass. I'm thinking about the composition, right? And a direction of my brushstroke, it's not the direction of a blades of grass as I did here, because this is a foreground for me, right? So this is going to be a lot of information here. I have to start painting like exact, flowers or something there to get more interest. Here, since this is in the back, this is all, right now I'm using just the direction of a brushstroke to think of this as a larger area of grass with no specific detail, right? So that's why my brushstrokes are that direction, because I want to connect it. It should go maybe even higher up. But I'm afraid that I'm going to touch well, why not? Let's see. Well, maybe. And I'm going to touch these areas. And they're going to be very close to each other. Never mind, it's fine. It's fine. So that's what's happening right now. And if I don't like this, I can always start painting on top of it, right? So it's no biggie. It's no problem. It was, anyway, it was there. Yeah. Oh yeah. And right now into this, cool. So it's just, right now, I don't know if you can see it from one side to another, but I have that kind of all the way behind them, a swoop that's kind of keeping it together. And that's what I was missing. I remember I was talking about that I don't have that horizon line that goes across. It just weirdly ends up somewhere. And here in this empty space, I can again bring some more of a detail, but just as a silhouette. So maybe something darker can be here. And a little bit of these lines that kind of shows what I'm trying to say, anatomy of that plant. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. And immediately as I started to do this, I can start actually going into his whole body if I want to. And you can see how I can start actually carving into his arm. So even though it has the same shape, It's okay. It's not going to be. It's not going to go from one side to another. I can actually even push. I can push this even harder. Let me do it immediately. Right now there is more light there, so I can go even harder. With that light idea, and you might think like, oh, why are you mixing a red pigment? Well, the reason why I'm mixing a red pigment, because I want something warmer underneath this. This is where, like, maybe we could give him like a something lighter right here, right? Maybe towards the green as well. You see, and automatically I'm starting to destroy that repetition, right? So what you were seeing, the brush strokes and everything went this way. Just a simple change of a brush stroke and direction of a brush can actually be extremely beneficial. And maybe here we do this, right? So it's starting to work slightly different. Even though there are still same hands and I'm still fixated on that, I'm going to slowly adjust that. Yep. Actually, and right now let me push it with. So this was the red one. This is the red one. Let me get maybe on a different brush. Let's go with this guy. Let's do a cooler light on top of it. Or I wouldn't even call this as a light. I'm just going to call this as a illuminated part of his habit. This might be a little too light. Yeah, we will see. I'm not going to judge it because I might think something and there might be a. Oh wow! I had a little piece of black there. Oh, I have to clean it. I just see I caught that a little black. Then it's a clean brush. Maybe I should check because I'm again in the same situation that I'm painting this particular thing out of imagination, and I'm not that good with imagining sleeves and folds. So let me just maybe be inspired by some folds. Get inspiration. Draperies. I don't think I have what I'm looking for specifically here. think this is the one that we were talking about or we're working with. So I can just hit it. Right here would be that lighter area. Moving towards his hand a little bit more this way. Okay, cool. This is a random right now, but that's fine. Maybe it could actually go, maybe I could do it this way, maybe here, and think of this as something that's go over his. Right, so it's going from underneath, maybe even, and I'm looking at this diagonal, maybe something like this, a little bit here, and then it hits this, and it goes over and behind this, maybe could be like drooping down here, perhaps. Because I'm trying to create like these random shapes. And I know it feels like it's out of the place there, but what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to create the edge. You remember I talked about that, and same has to go then here on the top a little bit, and then these inner. So it's catching a little bit of light. So we're creating that kind of a feel of something being three-dimensional, and maybe just a little bit here, right? Because it's hitting from the other side, so we're giving him a little bit of that kind of a rim light, and maybe here catching a little bit on that sleeve, right? Because I'm trying to create something a little bit more interesting, and you can see that suddenly, even though they look that they're similar, they're not. It's starting to be more and more. He's starting to be himself a little bit more. That's what I'm trying to say. And here I should grab maybe I can use this one. Yeah, this is going to work. And here, maybe we could push it. And same thing, so it's going this direction, this is in his hand, and this is the outside area. And then maybe as the light goes, this is the wheel because it's illuminated by that warmth, right? So it's not exactly the same as his garment, so I'm trying to make that distinction. And it's slowly, I'm not saying that this is perfect, but it's starting to, and there will be maybe a little bit of here on top. And again, I haven't had a chance to work with that idea of constructing that wheel or that, the cart that he has, but it would be like something like underneath here. That's that. That goes here. Yeah, cool. Maybe there should be more space between the wheel there should be more space between the wheel and so they overlap nicely. So it's going to go this way, right here, somewhere. The handle that he's holding. Let's make it a little bit more. I'm going to paint through because I want to see if it's, you know, symmetrical. Yep. Cool. Yeah, and we successfully hit that wheel into a grass, and we didn't destroy that much of that composition. No, we didn't destroy it at all. It's just and right now this needs to be better defined. So let's go into it just a little bit. Maybe that his shoulder, it's here, like so. And this is where the box is that they are carrying. The box represents that remains of that saint that they brought as a gift. Okay, they look more like a group, like a travelers. So we slowly assigning them different roles, which is perfect. And what I'm missing here, okay, this might be actually, this guy right here could actually, he could have his hand up right here, and he could be holding a staff, perhaps. So I have these different ones. So I need a little bit more of that. A little bit of the cast shadow. So we know that this is on top of that, and maybe even more here. Maybe even more here. And then show that edge of a fabric from this side, that it goes here, and then it hits this. And then maybe there is a little bit shadow this way. All right, cool. And actually, this could go darker on this side. This could be a side plane actually, not necessarily a top plane. So I got carried away with that. And maybe actually I can even push it this way. So this is where his arm is. So this could be darker. And I'm taking this from that Rembrandt's book, right? When I was thinking about, when we were talking about the textures and how he changed the brush strokes and directions for the brushes, or the way that the brushes, the way that the pigment is applied to create a little bit more. So let's get this a little less. Because it started to look like a grass, and I want it to be a fabric. So I just need to smooth it out a little bit. And it's going to go with him and behind him. And instead of light on the top, that actually could be a darker area. So let's make it dark. And that's going to be wet into wet. So I'm going with darker, more saturated pigments. Right here, this is what I'm talking about. So. Yep. And then we could have might have been too light right here, but that's okay. We'll see. We'll check it, we'll test it. Soft transition, because it's turning away from us. Maybe not. It's not exactly, the problem is that right now it's not the shape of a shoulder, it's the shape of a triangle. So, okay, that's the problem. Now we know. So it would be more this way here, right? And creating some of the folds. Yep. And that might be too much of an illumination, so let's just, oops. Let's just hide it a little bit. Cool. Yeah, it looks a little bit more like a fabric that kind of moves. And then perhaps I could create a lighter value here. Because that's where his hand is going to be, like the change of the form right there. And I want to make it slightly warmer because that's the area where the light is actually, it's laying. So that might be that kind of a change of a plane or plane shift or whatever you want to call it. Actually, I could make it this way. So it's going here, all the way here, and then just a little dip right there. Maybe that would be even better. So his hand is underneath that. That might be even better. And in that case, maybe this part does not need to be even shown. Okay. So you can see, like, I'm still, no matter what other, like every another brushstroke has a same, it carries the same idea that what I'm trying to do, it's to make the design better, not just, you know, randomly putting things there. That would not necessarily wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be, you know, that wouldn't be productive. So, like every another brushstroke that I'm putting there has its reason. Yeah, this is better, and then I could actually push that curve right there with this darker wood value, and I would have to create some kind of a, I would have to really study how that would look like. Like from here, I can maybe make a, so this is a card, it's a different thing. It's not part of him, but still, you know, they kind of create together a large shape. Today's not my day to paint, but I'm trying, and just ordered 3 more custom frames for smaller paintings. Now I can start painting. Okay, all right. You're just trying to push yourself to paint. That's okay, that's fine. Just don't overdo it. You remember, it's the same thing over and over again. Your body needs a recovery. You can't train seven days a week. Your body simply needs recovery. Same for everything. So I wouldn't be worried that much about this. You know, not painting. I mean, you're painting, you're working on something else, but it's related to painting. So this needs to go a little higher up. I just need to push it a little higher up. So it was slightly greener and cooler. Right now it's going to be a little bit more warmth to it. It needs to go higher. So it's going to be here. Nice. Okay, and right now I need to soften that. With a clean brush. And even when I'm softening it, I'm trying to create like directional strokes with that brush. So it kind of creates a little bit more interesting thing. It looks out of place right now, but that's okay, that's fine, because it's not actually fully. Okay, like my camera is just being. I've been pushing myself a little further than normal because of the gallery, so I expect to crash soon. Well, you know, before you just, you know, crash, you know that this is going to happen, so it's time to just take a break, you know, have fun a little bit with other stuff, you know, so. But I understand that it's easier said than done, since I'm, you know, since I'm ready to paint today already. I'm sorry for that sound, but I'm having fun with textures a little too much, perhaps. Cool. And then I should probably break this one. It's kind of a weird one. Yeah. Nice, 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 nice. Cool. Yeah, incorporating it a little better. Slowly. Nice. Yep. And everything would go even faster only if I knew, only if I practice landscapes more. I would have a better idea what that, what it requires. So, you know, this should be lesson for all of you guys that your work look awesome. Oh, thank you DM7. It's just I don't know. It's just it's that progress. I'm feeling better about it myself. Let me just move it just a little bit, because I think that I'm just. I think that my camera is working overtime. was not expecting the small little camera that is gonna run non-stop, because I forgot to turn it off actually yesterday. So it's non-stop working overtime. And right now this and you can still see the idea of the triangle, right? That I was talking about, the implied lines and how they moves and how it works. So it's a progress. It's not something that I, you know, was able to do in one sitting. We were talked about this, the different, you know, ideas and different setups. And the funny thing is, or interesting thing is that, you know, this part right now looks completely different because of the underpainting was darker than this one. This looks way lighter. So I would have to, I'll go into it and do a little bit more details, because right now it looks like just a square of, it's not incorporated. So it needs to be a little bit more, like, let's say that I should probably wipe out a little bit from here so I can see more of that underpainting. Yeah, perhaps, I don't know. I'm just testing it. So that's gonna show some other, you know, something. And even when I'm wiping this, I'm trying to be a little bit more, like I'm trying to create the feeling of grass, or the, you know, the land or something, right? So I started wiping out, not randomly, I'm just trying to follow a certain idea. And when I say certain idea, I mean I'm trying to follow the idea of that, that's maybe you could go all the way up here towards him, towards the sky, and maybe behind him a little bit. Yeah, cool, yeah, nice. It's barely visible, but it looks like there is some kind of a green in the background. It's really hard to describe. It's probably not that visible on camera, but something is happening there. And that's that ideal atmospheric perspective. And I am really bad with doing this a la prima. I really enjoy to make these layers because then I can control it and randomize it even if I so choose. This is like the big continuous line right here. So I'm going to change that. Cool. And maybe I could bring in all the way up right here with a little bit of a thinner pigment, because I want to be a little bit more, oh yeah. So it looks like something is happening there. There might be like a little bit more of a, yep. All right, cool. So we have this. That means that I can actually push this hand even lighter. But let's bring that saturation. Let's bring that saturation into that hand, so it could be actually, oh, nice. Oh, it's still, you know, I'm painting wet into wet, and it's the sticky wet pigment. It's beautifully catching, like that's when the layers are really bonding nicely. All right. Better shape. The hand needs to have a better shape. And this needs to be shaped better as well. Since I'm looking at that, I like these, you know, the random red dabs that we created yesterday. So let me maybe just push this one a little bit more. It's also catching a light there, like a little red flower. Kind of feeling my way around that. Right now, this might be the area that bothers me, right? So I have to, right now, the same thing. I'm creating a silhouette here and it's moving. I mentioned this again, same here. I need some kind of interest. And this would be way easier if I know, if I have more experience with painting landscapes. Like how to create, like what would be the nice, because another thing is this is too harsh as a transition. I think it's taking too much attention, right? So you're reading it a little too harsh. It's not bad, but I think it cannot go, because this is one complete continuous line, right? So I need to kind of make it cut into it, because there could be actually like that. This could be the opening here a little bit for that. For the pathway that they have, right? So there will be like a jump, but again, I showed it here, and that's exactly halfway through, right? So I have to be a little bit more mindful about this and what I'm going to do, because, visually, my brain wants to cut it in half, and that wouldn't be probably the best way. So perhaps it should go all the way here, like that could be a dip right there. In that feeling, and I'm starting to paint more and more with my fingers, which I really like. And I started without the gloves, and right now I'm just completely in pigment, because it's already a lot of pigment on the canvas, right? So let's test that theory. And just dropped. Maybe here, who knows? A little bit. Yeah, it does not make sense now, but I just wanted to break that a little bit. Maybe there's something, it's here. Maybe there isn't this anymore. So who cares? Right? So there's a little dip there in the landscape. So it's not like, it doesn't look like a straight line. I don't have a good example of something like this. That's a good sign that I cannot find a good example. That means that we are on to something that I still feel that little. Uh, Dang, I slept in and missed the whole stream. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. It was it's still going to be VOD, so you're good. So you can check. And if if you're interested, there's loads of other videos on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, because I'm trying to put everything there as well as a backup. So you're good. But good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad. We still have an hour of work, but again, I have to stop sooner today. Well, not sooner, but I have to stop at 4 p.m. because I have another lesson, a private lesson after this. So I have to prepare and reset for that. But tomorrow, I'm still planning on being here and having, we can stream as long as I can, as long as my, what was the last time? Oh, my microphone died because it just ran out of the battery. So I think that limit is 6 hours for the mic. Yeah, so what's the weirdest? Yeah. What do you work on in your private lessons? Similar things. I'm actually going to a. It's not necessarily a private lesson, but since I really want to share as much information as I can, so and I was mentioning these local. Live drawing sessions when someone has an atelier or studio or some space and ask a model and organize the group of people. So I went there a couple times, and then they asked me to do a couple demos, and then I just go there, relax and paint, and usually I end up explaining or teaching something students for free. I don't really ask money for it. Just it's more like a relaxed kind of a thing. And then with the private students, it always depends on what they need. Either it's like, I don't know, for architects, it's like a perspective. For, I don't know, for restorators, we talk about the techniques and so on and so forth. So it always depends. So that's basically what I meant. I plan to make a crockpot dinner tomorrow, so I can just cook so I can just cook for me. Don't have to be in the kitchen if you stream later than usual. Yum! It is yum. It is yum. It sounds delicious. I wish I have that kind of a. I have to get that one of those, like what's a multi-cooker something. I don't know. So I can just put things in and just play on, and in 4 hours when I finish, I have some stew or something good. That would be actually extremely useful, I have to say. Multi-cooker stuff, yeah, exactly. It's a handy thing, right? So I have to figure that out. I have to get one for myself. Or ideally, a private chef. So maybe I can just pretend that I have a private chef and it's right behind those doors, which I call abyss because there's just no one wants to go there. Not even me. I don't want to go there. It's just everything that I don't want to see is going there. So it's kind of a. Yeah, good for after a long painting session. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, more tea. Yeah, that's we took a 5-minute break halfway through the stream. I'm trying to do what I preach, that you should take a break, rest your eyes, move things around, and clean the palette, just kind of reset and refresh. But right now I'm stuck with the composing and with the redesigning the shape. but I think we're good. It needs a little tweaking, but it's starting to get closer and closer to not necessarily a finish line, but something, it's getting closer and closer to the day when I have to leave. So that's how I should probably summarize that. Maybe I could just a touch here. So because I can't see necessarily where the break of the wheel is. And these are all, I know that it looks like these are harsh lines, but this is all soft, very soft transitions. There is nothing that is that's there that would suggest otherwise. Well, when you get closer to it, because like I said, the main focal point is on the main figures, so I don't want to have any harsh transitions and sharp edges somewhere where you're not supposed to look at. Not necessarily not supposed, that's a secondary. What if I just give him, because I'm looking on my other painting that I'm working on with slightly different setup. They look a little different, it's a little more gloomy. Because I have a bunch of other sketches. Some of them are also in color. I'm pretty sure that you guys saw them, but just so you know, well, because I have all kinds of different paintings related to this, and this one is also not unfinished. I decided to repaint the main figure, so I have another helper there with the figures, right? Slightly different positions, slightly different setup. It's also a sketch for a painting. Right, so I'm just looking for some figures that I have there because there are different monks that I had. Like they are kind of going from, like they're going uphill. So it was a slightly different idea. So I'm trying to I'm trying to cannibalize my own stuff. Just put it here. So there's there are a couple things there that I could use as an inspiration. Because I went through the same kind of a process. So I have a nice kind of a composition that I want to put, and or design, and then within the design, let's start moving and start putting heads, which will symbolize the position for the bodies, and so on and so forth. So, and even right now, these are a little bit more active than those figures. They were all kind of a static, somehow like a little too staged. That's what I felt. I don't know. I need to work on that a little bit more to develop that idea and bring it to a finish as well. Because I want to, like I said, I want to do a little exhibition, like the process, the whole, just to show people what does it mean to, approach painting like this. And when I say people, I mean people that are interested to see how these things happen and why they happen the way that they happen. And it's not a random. It's not that I wake up. So do a little beautiful, like a panel with all the bad sketches, all the good sketches, and the process of elimination, and kind of like a timeline of what needs to be done, or what I did before this painting was put together. And I'm hoping that people are going to have a more appreciation for what we do, like how much work that painting actually requires. For some they just some they just wake up in the morning after a cool party and do some something, I don't know. Performance art, I guess, would be that comes to mind. Okay, to just put a little bit of that darker kind of a shape there. Because I'm just designing, I'm having fun with what's happening around with the painting. And yesterday was really, really, really impactful. It was a really tough decision, and you might think that the decision is like, oh, it's just you painted there, but I had to force myself to put it there. I was afraid. It's just it takes toll on your body and on your psyche. And I was just I woke up at 6:30 today without any like a clock alarm or anything like that, because I was like, I have to go back to I have to go back to the studio to see what have I done yesterday, and try to salvage what's possible. So you're going to write a book? No, I don't think I'm going to write the book. I don't think that's what happens. I don't think that that necessarily needs to be done. And the other thing is, I'm interested in writing. I do my own writing, like I said, these small essays, and when I say essays, I mean 2-3 pages with a thought, and I'm trying to put it into some kind of a coherent, like a structure. So when someone else would be interested, I can not necessarily give it to them to read, but maybe I can use it as a note for myself. Because some of the ideas are complicated, some of the ideas are very simple, but you can quickly kind of lose track of what you're saying, and that's my problem specifically to me, that I go on these tangents and I just move to a different direction and start talking about something completely different, and I forget what I was talking about. So I do that, but then ultimately I think that since I'm a painter, my work should be represented visually, and you don't need to read a 3 pages long introduction about what that is and what it isn't. It should be obvious from the moment you look at it, and that's why I chose something that is relatable, not necessarily maybe for you, but locally for people that live in this region. And we don't have this in my country. We don't have painting that actually represents, or I don't think on this scale with this many figures. I don't think that anybody done that before, and I wanted to communicate the message. And this story, it kind of already it's well known, so you don't need to describe any other things. That's why I also like to use a Greek and Roman myths, and some like big, let's say, religious events, and so on and so forth, stories, because people are familiar with these stories, so you don't need the background with all the philosophy, right? So it's kind of like a easier to describe. You're crazy, but to be fair, I got up at 6:30 as well. See, I know. it just. I was really, really worried about what's happening. Not necessarily worried. I was anxious to see it, and I can take as many pictures as I want, but I have to see it, as it is, as it's standing in front of me, because it has a completely different impact on my visual experience, right? So in the same spirit, I decided that I have to get to Atelier as soon as possible. And then I guess I realized that maybe I don't want to get there as soon as possible, and I took a walk for 45 minutes instead of getting a taxi. I have no idea. Maybe that was the other impulse, because I wanted to be here, and then simultaneously I was afraid to be here. I don't know. It actually kind of makes sense. It's 7 a.m. here. I like the grass going over the wheels. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's something that I was working previously. I actually turned that canvas. I rotated that canvas 90 degrees, and I was working. Excuse me. Pardon me. Just to show you, since you didn't have a chance. So this is how it was. Rotated, and I was playing only with the shape, because this is something that helps me a lot, and you should try it in your work if you're not doing it, to rotate your canvas and pigment, your canvas, and or if you work digitally, your picture. Right now it's just an abstract shape, and it's helping me to think of that as an abstract shape. Walking for 45 minutes, great for your art brain. Yeah, it is, and it was a nice weather, and it was like almost, I felt it's like a first a spring day. And I last time, if you remember, I talked about that you can feel the blueness in the sky because of the weather. That was really beautiful, like a blue cold haze with the sun shining. And since the sun's shining for a week almost, the grass is starting to be greener. So immediately I came here and I saw it's dull. So I started to put like light on top of existing grass. So it's just, you might think that you are not working, you're not painting, but you're actually working if you are willing to be observant and use even a brisk stroll as a tool. So, you did something for your health, you refreshed your brain, you were outside, and, you could observe and enjoy that. So, yeah, it's part of the painting. It took me a while to understand that, it's beneficial to be outside. But, after all, I accomplished it. I actually, truth to be told, I woke up early. I actually took a bike to a place where I was picking up the car, and I drove the car to a place where I was supposed to. And then, they told me that, okay, that's cool. You have all the stuff that you need. That's fine. And then they told me like, okay, we can get you a taxi to go back to your place. And I said, no, I'm just going to walk. So there's a little bit of exercise going on here. The bare minimum, I would call it the bare minimum. And I'm still, as I'm talking, I know it's just, I'm still looking at these shapes and thinking, how could I introduce and work even more on this? Maybe that's time to put it actually upside down, or rotate it 180 degrees to see what's up. Maybe something else pops into my eyes that could be different or could change. Yeah, definitely that wheel needs to be, I need to sort it out. How is it going to look? And yeah. And I think that since I have this cart right here, right now I don't see the motion of this guy, so I have to give him a different position perhaps. I think that that's what needs to happen. Yeah, because right now he's, because right now he's not helping a shape. I don't know. I don't like the shape right now. This is kind of too, I don't know. It's not, I don't think that's, I'm not saying that it's bad, but I feel it is a little too, I don't know. He looks like he's sticking out from there. Like he, this is what I don't feel that he's right now planted on the ground. So he looks like, you know, like when you have an ice cream, or no, when you have a cake and you put the figurine into a cake, like, you know, halfway broken. Or he looks like that. No, he looks like a little piece of, I don't want to mention the brand of the chocolate, but it's like a long, and it's like a stick, and you put it into your milkshake or into your ice cream. I don't know what that is. Fix it? Yeah. I'm definitely going to fix it. I'm going to make sure that that he's there, and perhaps he's also my hands are dirty, the gloves. So I also going to probably change the way he looks, and maybe he's going to be holding something instead. Maybe he can also hold a small icon as well, but instead of holding it on the stick, or like as this guy, maybe he was going to have like a small one that he's holding here. That might actually work. Let me see. Yeah, I think I could. I think that it's possible to do that. Hmm. Yeah, I think that could work. I think that could work. If I move it to a different direction. I don't know. Okay, let me, before maybe I should do it. But wait, maybe before I'll start doing it, perhaps I could finish that grass, because that's something that's going to bother me till tomorrow for sure. So I should probably address that problem first. Let me see what I could do with it. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe a little bit there and push that a little higher up. Let me see. Let me see. Gloves. So, another thing that I need to make sure that I have a proper. Okay, let me clean this brush. Right. So I rinsed it because I need I want a clean pigment before I start adjusting it. Have you ever considered having a music in atelier? Yes, I did. I actually used to listen to a lot of music, and because of the studio and other people, and if you're working in the shared place, it's difficult. Sometimes you don't get necessarily friendly people around, or you can't really choose. So I used to use headphones, but these days I feel like well, how would I put this? It's like a weird thing. I almost feel like music is getting too distracted, and then I don't, and it's intervening with my daydreaming. I don't know how to say it. So if I'm listening, because sometimes, not sometimes, what happened to me, I was listening to music and I was not painting. So that's actually what's it's difficult to describe. I enjoy music a lot, to the point that I feel that I found myself multiple times just sitting and listening to music for 10 to 15 minutes, not even thinking about the painting and just enjoying the music. So yeah, I assume the old masters only had the birds and the sound of a fireplace for music. Yes, yes. But that being said, I really, really enjoy music. I mean, that's for sure. And I don't have a specific like style that I would listen to. I don't, everything goes with me. So, it's not like I would be, oh, you have to listen to classical music when you use oil paint. You don't. Because, when, when they were painting, the classical music was actually modern music. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Some people have like these weird things that, oh, we should be, let's play the classical music is gonna, I don't know, get us closer to them. I have no idea. Just listen to whatever you like. I think that's the key. I am not strange. I don't really listen to pop music, perhaps. But I'm familiar with pop music because some of my students are younger. That's how I got into anime lately, because of younger people always talk about it, and they're the references, and they talk about like all these kind of cool characters, and I'm like, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm like, dude, you're just missing so much. There's so much to explore. That actually, there is one thing. I saw some of the artworks that being produced when it comes to like either manga or anime, and some of those, I mean, action scenes. Wow, those are, I mean, really beautiful. So I'm even actually I'm thinking next year going to Japan just to see these studios that they have there, and people there do that. They're actually fully focused on that kind of artwork. That's something that extremely interests me. And also I would like to try, or I don't know if the try it's a proper word. I would like to go to I would like to learn the calligraphy, because the idea how they use the brush precisely and the movements, and I think that would be extremely beneficial to actually my brushwork, to introduce another layer of kind of a coolness to it. If I, if I, if, and I said coolness because I think that some of the calligraphy is just extremely beautiful. And not only beautiful, I think it's just it's a kind of a lost art almost. And another thing is, I would like to actually, yeah, that'd be so cool. Wouldn't be cool just, and I've never been to Japan. I would really love to go. I learned a little bit of a calligraphy, and it already affects my. Okay, you learn a little bit of a calligraphy, and definitely it affects the handwriting. So I was thinking about that, when they do these beautiful, because when I was in China, they have a similar thing, like the Chinese calligraphy, and we went to a class, and there is a person, he has 80 years, he still is 80, well, maybe he's like 83 right now, hopefully, and it was like 83, and the whole life he was just, drawing letters, and it's just like, I was like, what? And he knows just the perfection. It's just, I'm placing these brush strokes here, and then, and everything is done almost like with one brush stroke. It's beautiful, and one letter kind of, it drips, and then he could just throw the brush, and he created these beautiful kind of a tree things, and then I kid you not, he just took a big brush, and he placed it, and then move it, and twist it, and pull it, and with one brush stroke, there was a bird on a tree, and I'm like, okay, well, this is what I need. This is what I need to know. And I'm not saying that it was perfectly rendered a bird, but it was that beautiful silhouette. And he, not only that, but he manipulated that brush, to perfection. I was like, okay, this is where I have to be. I'm not saying that I'm going to go into that like a full, like perfect mastery. I don't think that would be possible at this point. If he trained 60 years of, for his whole adult life, he was practicing it. But I can pick up some, maybe some brush application, pigment application, and apply it into oil paint. Because they don't work with oils, they work with watercolors. It's ink, it's not watercolor. So that's what I would like to do. That's something that is on my to-do list. If only it would be that easy and I can just go to Japan. I don't speak Japanese. That might be a problem, I think. I'm sure that it's, well, I studied a little bit because my roommates used to be Japanese. They actually, it's a funny thing is that they since that it's, my name is Andre, and they couldn't pronounce the R's properly. And not that they couldn't, Japanese people notorious, the Japanese language and the way how they pronounce things is notorious for just having difficulties with R sound and L sounds, and they just couldn't pronounce my name properly, so they were embarrassed. So decided that they were going to give me a Japanese name. So then I just, okay, so if I can talk to you guys in English, so I have to learn Japanese a little bit to talk to you. It's kind of fun. It's fun. It's difficult. They have like the most important, it's almost like a German language that you have verbs at the end of the sentence, and you're just waiting that there's a whole information and you're waiting till the end. So the person tells you that important verb that kind of creates the whole sentence. It's just oh, I want the Japanese name. Well, yeah, they'll give you one for sure. They'll give you one for sure, because I don't think that they are capable of, not that they are capable of pronouncing your names, but it was so annoying for them that they couldn't hit the R sounds right. And I was like, guys, it's gonna be probably easier if you teach me Japanese than I'll teach you Slovakian language, right? So it's just kind of, or we were studying English at that time, so. And trust me, like they're a completely different culture. I am completely different culture. evenings, if you don't speak the same language, evenings were really long. So actually they taught me work with chopsticks. So we had the games every night to the point that I am proficient. I can actually hold the chopsticks. I can do left and right interchangeably. And we had these like contests with rice. So there was a bowl of rice, and everybody was the dry, not cooked rice, right? So we spread the bowl of rice there on the table, and we were the competition was like who's going to pick up more rice seeds or rice grain, rice. What's the little pieces of rice? I don't know how it's called. Grains, I believe. So that's how we. Chopsticks, I failed on that. Oh, trust me, I was failing at first couple weeks, but then it's just I step up my game. And they were just having fun, and I was really studying. I remember that you know, like how people get that carpal tunnel when they work a lot with the mouse, like editors, and so I had the same thing with the chopsticks. So it was so funny. There was like my hand was cramped, and I just, okay guys, I'm gonna get you. It was cool. It was cool. It's just there's always you know, a fun. So you can imagine how long evenings were when you're playing with when you're playing with with bowl of rice. Plus, the interesting thing is that I don't know why it is, but I don't know about other races necessarily. But Japanese, they have a problem with, not a problem, they have like they are, like when it comes to, you know, like a beer or wine, they had one beer or a glass of wine and they were trashed. So we couldn't even drink or anything, like drinking games, they was out of the way because it's just, you know, after one beer, they were just gone. I don't know, it's just, I heard that it has something to do with like some kind of I don't know, genetics. I have no idea. So it was really, really fun for me, like a person who in my country, Czech, and also Netherlands, I'm pretty sure like beer is very popular. So you have a beer with your meal, with your lunch or dinner or glass of wine. So it's not unheard of, right? Not there, not there. I see that I have like really, I hit this really, really hard here. So I think I need a little bit more of that texture as well on this side. Oops, there's a different brush. So again, I'm just going to load my brush with the pigment because I need pigment. Don't give me that, you know, that pigment thing that you have like this little bit of a pigment on your palette and you want to paint with this. I mean, how? You can't. So the brush is fully loaded with the pigment, right? I don't know if they're probably the camera is not zooming in. So I have it, you know, really, there is a lot of pigment. And what's happening on the palette here, I want to have the same thing happening on the canvas. So that's the texture that I'm looking for. So I'm testing it on the palette. It's working the way that I want to. Question is, do I have a right value? And maybe, who knows? So as I mentioned that this is radiating this way, and I want to create, so this is kind of a vanishing point, so it radiates to that direction, and I moved all the way across, so it would be like here. Yeah, textures, more texture. So this gave me like that much pigment gave me a chance to just spread that around. Okay, cool. Maybe push it even more. What I'm trying to do here is to, remember, I'm repeating myself, to do a kind of a nice, something interesting, some kind of a nice silhouette. A little bit of here. almost feel like it should be microphone. It's gone again. I'm sorry, guys. Just a second. Again, a little bit of that. This has to be annoying for you in the microphone. My apologies. But we're gonna call this as a little ASMR break. Cool. I'm back. All right. I feel I just want to put something lighter here, and I'm going to, like a little lighter corner. It's kind of asking me to do that right here. Cool. So we're starting to see a little bit more of that grass happening there and the randomness, which solved the problem that I mentioned with the position of the feet. So instead of placing the other feet and trying to create a different version, I don't know, I'm just going to hide them behind the grass, which also helps me with the diagonal movement of the composition, because I was missing that diagonal there after we put the card in. And also I was really missing a light. So look how big of a jump this is. I purposely left it because it was really, really dark here. And I want to play with that shape a little bit more. Because it's not bad, but right now I feel, and hear me out here, like this is how I think about stuff. I'm looking here, and this distance right here, the dark, against the light and against the dark. So this is right now equally spaced. So I have to create something here. If this is straight, because I want to keep the horizon, so there's going to be like a little bit of like fuzziness here. So I'll just continue with that theme of a long blades of a grass. I can't have this and this the same shape, because right now this is centralized and it just doesn't work the way that I want to. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe right now it's a little bit more obvious if I pointed it out, and I don't want to have it that way. Right? So I have a straight line there, or almost a straight line, because we think about it as a horizon. So I have to start, plus I have a space right now here to introduce a little more like intricate, like something a little bit more nice. In between these blades of grass, it's a whole nother set of other different, what's the plants? My brain is not braining. Andre, what is your favorite kind of food? I don't know. That's you have these awesome questions. They're you know. I would have to say Slovakian traditional food. It's called. We have our special. We have a trademark in Slovakia for that. It's called brinza, and it's a special dairy product. It's something between a cheese and, it's a type of cheese, but it's made out of a goat and sheep milk. Sheep milk, not goat, sheep milk. And the funny thing is that it has a particular smell. So it smells like sheep. I can't really describe that smell. And you mix it with something like a dumplings. So that would be, so the sheep cheese would be something like a sauce, because as you mix it with something warm, it's like a Slovakian version of a pasta, if you wish. But the dough, it's actually made out of potatoes and a little bit of flour mixed together, and then you actually do like a small, I don't know, dots or whatever, dumplings, but they're very, very small, and you throw them into boiled water, and when they raise up, they're done. So, and then you mix it with the cheese. It's just a brinza is actually the name of that. So that would be, I have to go with that, because I have to keep up Uh, what kind of what crock pot meal are you making tomorrow, Mackenzie? Probably a simple chicken thighs with potatoes, celery, carrot, tomato, onion stew. It's filling and has all you need. Oh, it sounds delicious. I'm already, guys. I'm working. I don't have and right now you pushed me thinking about the food. How am I going to survive till 10? Because I won't have time to, well, 9:30 actually. I won't have time to go to eat. I will bring my bowl and soup spoon. Yeah, me too. Me too. It would be perfect end to end the stream. Yeah, it would be. That's that would be awesome. Okay, and right now a little bit of that blades randomizer. Okay, to make it a little bit more. Right now it looks too patchy. That's okay because I'm going to start introducing a little bit like a slightly different, I don't know, like what would be the word? Some shapes, some concrete shapes. I should probably find something that probably grows in, or maybe I don't need to be specific. Maybe I can just grab a brush and load it with paint and let it do its thing. So I'm going to make like a darker accents there. I'm thinking about some of them being like a little bit like, you know, like what would be they're dry. So they're just appearing from nowhere. And again, I'm going to just have fun with it. And remember that when you're doing these things, they're thicker at the bottom, and as they grow, they're getting smaller and thinner, right? So, and same goes for any, and see, like I immediately went distance, same distance, same distance. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? So let's create like a little bit more of a, something here is happening. Maybe there is a little bit of a, maybe these ones are growing together, like a little school of these right here, maybe like a leaves. But these are details. I don't think that they're necessary, but for composition, I want to see how it's going to look because, yeah, like a little randomness there. And the same thing I'm going to do here, but I'm going to find something that is really nice, kind of really get the detail, maybe a little leaf, like a concrete specific thing in my work there. Somebody invent teleportation or something, that would be awesome. It's cool because the wind looks like it's pressing the grass in the back and it's giving you more motion. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy that you're picking it up from that because that was the intention. I wanted to show that the wind, it's slowly, you know, and here's this is going to sound strange. I'm thinking about ocean more than anything else, more than grass actually, because when you have a tall grass and the wind just blows through it, it looks like ocean. So I have, I'm trying to think of ocean and how the waves would move. Okay, my painting session today is terrible, but I put down a few strokes, so that's better than nothing. Of course, it's way better than nothing, because right now, you remember what I always talk about, even the bad day, this 95% of the painting, are going to be mistakes, and not mistakes, are going to be these guesses, and then I'm adjusting them. Like, look how much stuff was changed. Well, you know, probably better than anyone else, how forgiving oil paint is when you really get into that, or get out from that fear of changing things. And that's another thing. I mean, when you think about, and we talked about Andrew Wyeth, when you think about Andrew Wyeth and really think about him, you're looking at his, like, these beautiful sketches, and it almost looks like it's all alive because it's still moving and changing, because he's changing the palette, he's changing the saturation, he's like in the brushstroke, as the water sometimes is more water, sometimes is less water. He's not at the beginning concerned that much with exactness, but more about the feeling. So I felt that it looks like I really felt, and I'm not exaggerating this, like when I remember the grass, when it's really, really tall, and it's just, as the wind blows, it just creates almost feeling that it's an ocean. And it's even more obvious when you have that evening, or not evening, when you have that 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, depends on the, well, today it would be around 4, when the sun is setting down and it's just picking up some of the, you know, it's almost like when this is the perfect moment when the blades are actually rotating with the wind and it's hitting your eye. That's the same thing as you're looking at a ocean, and as the water curves, at one point it's reflecting light directly into your eye. So I'm trying to apply the same principle. It's just, it's easier to think about the water. And the reason why it's easier, because when you think about grass, immediately people go, oh, I have to paint grass. But so it's like, it has these like blades and stuff. It does, but it's a form. It works as one form. And I did, I can show you maybe tomorrow how much I use Blender for these things, because you can actually create a grass, you can create shrubs, and then you can actually animate the wind blowing, right? So it's just kind of, it helps you to imagine things. So I do this when I'm at home and I'm bored. So here I'm thinking like something like some concrete, maybe leaf or something that it has a little bit more of a presence. And why? Because these ones are in the back, right? When it comes to composition, but this is going to be a foreground, right? So I need to have a silhouette, but slightly better silhouette, not detail. I'm not going to paint leaves, but I need a little bit of more detail. And when I say detail, I need a silhouette. And automatically, if here I paint some of exact kind of a grass blades or some flowers, even whatever, you automatically visually going to fill the blanks here, because you're going to be, oh, that's the same thing. It's just in the distance. So it's atmospheric perspective, plus it gives you that, for you as a viewer, it gives you a chance to imagine things. So it's not described everything. Is Blender a digital program? Yes, that Blender is a digital program. It's open source. DM, you're absolutely right. It's open source. When you can model when you can model things in 3D or over sculpt. Yeah, I am. I'm becoming probably Blender's biggest fan, slowly but surely. Because the things that I did in Blender in half a year, I feel that is a finally tool for someone who wants to do everything on its own and you don't need these big production companies anymore to do VFX, to do I don't know, modeling, to do, I mean, it's difficult, and you probably cannot use Blender solely, but if you want to use only Blender, it's possible, and I like that that they do that for creative people. They cannot afford to pay a couple $1,000s a year only to test a couple things. It's crazy that it's that expensive. And I'm talking about specifically like the Maya, Max 3D, or these guys. It's ridiculous. The prices are ridiculous. Not ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that they have reason for those prices. I, as an individual, as someone who deals with oil paint, would never be able to dab into that world unless the Blender would be here. So I'm a very, very big fan of a Blender. Yeah, it has pretty much everything, Blender. Yeah, it has pretty much everything. But when you think about sculpting portraits, I wouldn't probably do it in Blender. Like if you want really like nice it's really difficult to do it in Blender. Hard surfaces, oh yeah, go for it. But for that, I would probably prefer to use different sculpting software, 2.D software. Not necessarily 3D as they call itself. I've been following Blender since 1998. You were here from the beginning. And originally majored in animation because of Blender and Star Trek. Yeah. Changed my mind obviously and ended up becoming a painter. Oh, I'm probably, maybe, if you see me in some, in some digital art or some that kind of project when it comes to Blender, because I love it. I really do. Plus the community and the amount of already free pre-built stuff. Oh, dude, that's crazy. And that's what I like about open source. Then people the possibilities are endless. And I really, really like that. So thank you, Blender. I'm really, really extremely big fan of Blender. Well, it has its drawbacks because my computer is crashing every couple minutes because of that, because of the renders and stuff that I'm just, that I'm creating. But that's okay. It's a part of that, part of the experience. So maybe we can play with the Blender a little bit tomorrow. I'll show you what I'm doing behind the scenes. Let's create like a little bit of this, so it's slowly, like I have a lot of these lines, so let's calm it down a little bit around here maybe, just to create a feeling of that motion. So right now I'm thinking about clouds instead. So how would they be, spread by the wind around? And I'm not being a... So I went through sky, I went through sea or ocean rather, with this. And right now, I'm trying to figure it out, a feeling of a vast distance, and not only that, but also a And it's easier to work right now with this, with almost one pigment, because there is a lot of different, there is an underpainting there. So it's creating that overlaps, the visual mixing, or optical mixing rather. You need a new PC. Sounds like you need another stick of RAM. Yeah, that's what I thought. But speaking of Blender, I need to get back into it. I've been telling Andre how much I wanted to focus on imaginative work again after the gallery. That'd be a good time to do it. Yeah, new chapter. Right now I'm just copying. Right now I am just copying, just to get out more paintings, because I sold too many before the gallery. Nice work. That is actually a nice work. But yeah, we should play with the Blender. But trust me, I know I'm not the Blender user that you might expect. So it's going to be crazy. Because I think even in Blender, they would be like, dude, you are, like, why are you doing this? This is not what was intended for. But then, you know, another softwares that we use I use every day was meant to actually correct photographs, not to paint in. So there, it's happening. Is it time to go? Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is, because I have to switch. But I don't want to. I'm still thinking what to do here. Well, maybe it's going to be. It's good if I leave it for tomorrow. Let's put it upside down, or actually, you know, rotate it 180 degrees and see what's happening. And again, you saw me, I painted from corner to corner. I'm not leaving these empty spaces. Why? Because they're gonna haunt you later on. All right. I knew it. I was ready for you. I was ready for that. Right. All right, let's budge it here. Oh, it's under the angle, okay. This is as best as I can do right now. Okay, let's see what's up. Oh yeah, okay. It's way too busy, but that's fine, that's okay. It's gonna push me to actually start. See, this is important moment when it comes to your painting. Correct photographs? Are you talking about Photoshop? Yes, I was talking about Photoshop. I just don't want to do I just don't want to mention the brands. You know how about the brands. Love it. Oh yeah, awesome. It's popular for digital painting, even though it's originally intended to editing photos. Yeah, it's weird, but yeah. So just to, you know, the closing idea that I have right now. So check this out. This right now here, it's extremely busy. There is so much information happening here, and it's random, it's going back and forth. You might think, oh, I need to calm it down. I need to, right now, it's too saturated. It's everything. Do you know where the problem is? Right now, this is not actually finished. This is not even close to be finished, and it's taking too much attention. It might be adjusted slightly, but that brings us to this problem. This needs to be developed better. That's the problem. And the moment this be developed to way better, more of that kind of a feeling, this is going to fall again into its place later on. So that's what is in my mind, and I know that it's pushing too much. We just invented some kind of a grass blades and so on and so forth, but we created that diagonal that I was talking about, Also, we created a grass, a feeling of grass, or just at least a little bit. And it also gives it a little bit more of urgency. I don't know if that's the right word, but it almost feels like it's all sliding that direction, which is cool because you remember the first brushstroke that I put was, oh, this is what I want. And I just move it that way because that's the, whoops, my microphone again, I'm sorry. It's just, my apologies. That's what is happening. And right after this, right after I finish, I'll take a picture so you know what I'm talking about, and I can post it on the Discord. Yes, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're making it. So yeah, and there is a lot of pigment that fall on that I will have to clean up. That fall on the floor. So here's what it is. I have so much paint in the brush that it's dripping down from the brush. Cool. Yeah. So that is today. I really have to get into that card. Maybe we could actually create that card in the Blender in the environment and see how it's going to look. That will be another fun part. Not necessarily that I would. I don't want to, waste your time, couple hours, me trying to figure out how to do a wheel in Blender, but maybe I can find some references already pre-made and just create some mock-ups, perhaps, or some ideas. Plus, I want to go to my parents' house and I want to steal one of their, because they have a older house, and my ancestors, they were farmers, so I might be able to find it somewhere in the house. Let's see. So bring the actual wheel. It's going to be smaller because I don't think I can carry a big one, but it would be fun to have a wheel here so we can work from a natural. Andre is sitting in the car. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be super cool. So I'm being carried. Yeah, they carried me on their backs. That would be, yeah, that's a perfect actually. Let's do that. That wouldn't be a bad thing. I could actually make a auto portrait with some card and sitting on that on the separate painting as a preparational painting for this. That would be kind of fun. I'm down for that. And you know what? I can say that DM7, she is laughing, but she also knows that you don't need to push me too hard to do that thing. So it's just everything goes. Everything goes. So yeah, cool. I really have to go because it's too late. I'm going to be, and tomorrow we're not going to work on this. I need to rest myself. I need to rest my eyes on this. So we're going to have that. Bed Painting Friday, finally Bed Painting Friday. I'm looking forward to this. We decided that we're going to do a character design, some random characters. So this is the canvas that I want to use tomorrow, perhaps if I'm going to work with oils. So it's already damaged, quote unquote damaged. We can actually, since I'm talking to you, I can actually put more pigments on it. So it's going to be even more fun. It's going to be even more fun. So let me scrape this so we don't waste that much of a pigment. And if it's not going to be dry till tomorrow, so we're going to paint wet into wet. Who cares? Or I can just grab one of the shelves again, and we can paint on the shelf. So we can do that as well. If we want to, play with acrylics. There's, sky's the limit, right? So Oh, this is awesome because we already have some textures here, some randomness. This is perfect. So this is how the textures look like. This is how bad it is. But there are some of these textures you can see. I don't know if you can, maybe you can't, I don't know. There are a little bit of textures going on and happening, so we can take advantage of that. So we can use this tomorrow as a kind of a something to help us start with the random characters. Or I still have the shelf. Where's the shelf? Did I just put? Okay, I have to stop walking with the palette knife. Or I still have a shelf here, so we can use a shelf and we can paint something next to bananas, right? So this is another option. So we can work with the acrylics on top of this, which would be kind of cool, right? So we would have a shelf that can then, we could do like a portrait on top, or maybe on the bottom, or maybe some sketches on the bottom and something on the top. I don't know. Maybe we can compose. Maybe we can incorporate the banana into it. Who knows? It's Bad Painting Friday, so everything goes. So we have ready a couple of things. We can still, we can still destroy. We can still improve on that. The very last Bad Painting Friday, that was not that successful. It was difficult. So we could maybe sand this down and start from the scratch, or maybe we could use and into our advantage the textures that are there. So there's plenty of things that we can do tomorrow during the Bad Painting Friday. We can do all of them at some point. So it would be pretty cool. What a masterpiece. Sell it for 1 million euros. Deadpool, Dumbledore, a Queen, Gandalf. Okay, all right. So these are the same. Luke Skywalker. Okay, that's a good suggestion. I will think more tomorrow. Perfect. Sounds good. Discord. Yeah, Discord is up. I mentioned that at the beginning that I set it up the Discord. I limited the amount of people there to 50 for now. We will see how it works. We'll see if it's working for us or not. And yeah, it's gonna be awesome day tomorrow. Like I said, this is all in progress. I really want to be here. Again, if something happens, I will have to quickly react and deal with it. Nothing should happen. So I'm kind of 75–80% sure that I'm going to be here for Bad Painting Friday. So let's enjoy it together, and we can then hang out even later on. And maybe if it's going to be super dark, take a short break and switch to digital. Maybe take a picture of it and then adjust it digitally. That might be fun as well. So yeah, I hope that you get a little bit better understanding of why that randomness is so important underneath. For me, especially when you because of the process, the eliminating or limiting myself to working with, let's say, with designing the figures and then having fun with like abstractions and thinking about the grass as an ocean or as a sky, or whatever it might refer to, and it doesn't matter because it's just a random shape. It really looks bad right now. I understand that, but I see a potential, and that's the important part. Maybe we can start adding even more ideas there later on to not necessarily fill the page because that's not what I want to do, but give it a little bit more visual information, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I really have to go. It was awesome today. I know that I'm right now rushing through all this information, but we still have tomorrow and other days. There is plenty more streams to come. So I hope that you will have a chance to join and paint or create alongside me. That would be awesome. I'm waiting for another awesome creative discourse that we have right now also on the Discord, which is something that I'm excited as well. And yeah, small incremental steps towards the right direction, and maybe we will create something even better and even more beneficial to all of us. So yeah, it was awesome today. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.